Good morning, and I was on mute. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, my live virtual trading journal. And it is 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time, the 4th of May, 2026. So I'm busy trying to sort out some issues since early this morning. And I had my headset in the wrong computer there. So this is, as I said, my live virtual trading journal, and I share with anybody that would like to look over my shoulder, or and for sure contribute in the chat, comment, whatever. I'm not licensed to provide trading advice or financial advice, and I don't intend to do so. However, I do trade live in real time on Bookmap, and any trading that's done on IRT over here, which is my another charting package, is done, for example, in this is where I vet test strategies. And this is done in the simulated environment. Whenever this system takes a trade over here, it would be in the simulated IRT environment. So, because I'm not sure enough of myself to be having this thing trade my money. Anyway, we've had a big kerfluffle here at the typical at the overnight, just basically nothing all night, and then 5 o'clock in the morning, somebody said that, Navy ships were rocketed, and turns out that was denied, and so there was a big dump, and here we are trying to figure out what's up, I guess. This is, let's see here, what else can I've probably forgot something. I got this problem going on. I've been here since 4:45 this morning, and it's not coming right, so I'm not in a good mood. Anyway, let's look at the reports for the day. Oh man. Basically we got nothing out. This is my typical old-fashioned, this is earnings today. We've got Palantir out. The economic calendar is here. Very little you see. We've got just some factory orders, and FOMC Williams is speaking. This is investing.com. It's my older source of news. It is traditional economic numbers. You won't see any Trump's going to have a signing of this, or there's going to be some press conference in this calendar. You will also notice that the event titles turn to a URL when you hover over them with a mouse. You can click there and find out all about whichever one of these you're looking for. You can also filter these for whatever you'd like, wherever you'd like, and they're free. That's why all the ads are floating around here. I try to keep it that way so that anybody can have access to this resources. Financial Juice is the other one that I have, and they will bring in all these other non-typical economic events, like right there. Now this is going to need to be refreshed. There you go. He's going to be talking the Small Business Summit at 1400. That's a great thing to do. But we all know that anytime there's a microphone or a camera, there could be some random comment here or question and answer, which could have an effect on our auction. So, yeah, now we got UAE issuing potential missile threat alert, whatever that means. You'll see you'll see the big reaction here and why we had the big dump. Officials deny the ship was hit by Iranian missiles, so what are you going to do? Like little kids throwing rocks, I guess. And this is not a political statement in any way, but as traders today, our ultimate job is to preserve our account. The only way, or the basic way that you do that, is to manage your risk. If you don't know about a potential risk, you cannot manage it or mitigate it. So I really appreciate when Financial Juice pulls these kind of things into the calendar, because then we at least know, I at least know, at 1400, I'm not going to be trading. I'm going to wait and see what happens. Here we have Besant, the Secretary of the Treasury, who seems to be more focused on geopolitical military stuff. He's always talking about something like this from way back in Venezuela. I wish he would just focus on the economy, because it's not very good under his watch. And maybe that's the whole thing. Maybe that's his whole point. You know, he wants to try to divert because he can't say anything good about his side. I don't know. I'm just pointing that out. So let's look at the pre-market now, which is a cluster. Well, I'm so disappointed with this charting. I am just livid. Friday, Sunday open. Boom. Boom. There we are. Essentially the same drama with, I don't know why that's not updating there, but that's not good. I don't know why. Anyway, so that's where we are there. This is investing.com. IRT, sorry. These are my micro tab. This is my mini tab. This is the higher time frame, or the micro composite chart. First, let me point out that for all of the IRT charts, if you look in the header right up here, you'll see the chart name, which is meaningless to you, but then there's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So that's all pretty important stuff. You can always tell what you're looking at. This is the market profile, which I don't change back and forth between mini and micro. I do change between full session and RTH. So the high time frame micro composite chart right here. Micro ES, daily candles, daily RTH session. So wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that creates these high and low volume nodes. And this doesn't look right. I'm going to reload this data. I was having all kinds of trouble with IRT this morning. Friday here did not overlap Thursday, or I would have pulled these prices around it. What is the low? Well, if you notice this info box down here, when I hover over the candle, it tells you everything about it. So 72.40.75 is the low. What's the high over here? 72.53. Well, they very definitely did overlap. This is wrong. Something's goofy here. I'm going to download the data and continue to talk about this while we're... That was very definitely an island top on Friday. Or I'm losing my mind, which is possible. We're downloading historical data in progress, and then we'll have current. And so these are, again, this is investing.com, and these high and low volume nodes push to book map, as do these session prices. Huh. Boy, that's pretty weird. It's still downloading. So let's look at the IRT, or book map. Book map. Now, first of all, I will put, you can't see it because of the POC coming up here, but I put a blue vertical line on the first print of every session. And that's how what's going on here? Jesus, you see, here's RTH, ETH, etc. No, I'm sorry, ETH, RTH. And I got to change these. Man, I'm having all kinds of trouble here this morning with data. This, fortunately, is a school run Monday, so about 9 I'll be out of here. Well, I'm going to now include this here because it did overlap. So, okay. And let's look over here. Same story? Yeah, very God. I'm sick of this. I'm getting tired of this noise with data, I'll tell you right now. Okay. So anyway, it does these high and low volume nodes and the micro composite VPOC and all that stuff. And it's 7160 as it has been for the longest time. The gaps are closed. That's weird. That's why I had these gaps left open, because they weren't traded over. Anyway, all right. Well, this is book map. Notice that there's no indicators on my chart or my book map, just POC, which is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. There's the IB high and low, which are the initial balance. It's just an old market profile term. Those two levels just represent the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. We have the VWAP. Oh, and that's going to be something else I need to set over here, I suppose. Jesus. Boy, this has been I've been at this for hours and not having any fun with any of it. I don't know why it's not syncing now. Now there's something else going on. I don't know. Wow. Not my day for data, I guess. What's the day? 4? Okay. So we'll get a new VWAP when the day starts. Now, I'll change these session prices. So this is the IB levels, zones. And yeah, so right column here is the micro composite, where I manually enter the values. These are the high and low volume nodes. This is full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. Delta and RTH volume profile, which let's hope will reset at 8:30 this morning. And this is my statistics column, which is important to me, and the IRT session prices. Wow. This is the book. I don't have a dome on here anymore, but this is the book. So this is resting liquidity in the book. Not orders, but resting liquidity. And then, of course, session price, the prices. So let's see what we're doing here. And let's get rid of this. Oh, you son of a bitch. Well, that'll push the session prices now. This is the data export from IRT. These lines will now be replaced momentarily with the session prices, which are essentially what you're going to see there. And there they are. Okay. So there's that. Now, we were gap up, then we were out of range. Now we're back in range. I think it's just a complete, clown car conundrum, I guess. Did they rocket a ship? Didn't they? Who the hell knows? I don't know. And so I'm thinking that this is going to be a great day to wait and see what happens. See if the IB sets up, see if it plays out. And where am I with all of that now? I'm losing track of what I'm supposed to. I don't script this, so I am just busy doing the usual thing, and there's a lot of broken parts this morning. Everything's fine on the stream with Bookmap and IRT at this point. I had to go back to the live amp account. I was trying that new idea that I have put together for another risk to de-risk. Having problems now with getting IRT. Bookmap, all that's working fine with that other environment, but IRT is not, because there's not a drop down for their system. And the guy, it's a long story. Anyway, so we are, I forget where I even am, but one of the things that needs to happen now in Bookmap in order to be able to trade is to activate the trade control panel right here. And this is the new version. This is 7.7.0 build 19 of Bookmap. So this has been changed. So what you do here now is you select your account. You don't select a method that you're going to use to trade with the mouse, whether it's the chart column or the dome. You put in your account, and then, which is kind of weird that you can't hide your account, but anyway, there you go. And now this would be live trading, live data, my money, and you notice that I have not selected a multi-bracket yet, which is right there. This is where I input the session, God darn it. This is where I input the risk neutral methodology. The smallest risk neutral package you can have is a 2-lot. And then you must determine, based on your account risk parameters, etc., the volatility of the markets, the stop loss for the package. And this is not the time of day to be figuring that out. Should have been done long ago. Assuming it's correct, then the first T1 profit target is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as a stop would be negative. Then there's a runner. And you can have however many runners configured, however you want to do it. So that's the basic package. There's also a Execution Pro, which can be pretty handy. It can trail to entry. It can have a trailing stop, can do a lot of different things, but I'm not going to do any of those at this moment. So once that's done, then you notice that the package size is here in the trade control panel, and I no longer need these tools because I am using multi-brackets. So I confirm that it's the right package, the right account. I have all my metrics replicated across the top. You don't have to have these on, but I do. So I can click this button again, and I get the screen real estate back. I get cancel all and close all. So it's ready to trade. Now, because I'm stepping away and I'm not certainly going to do anything with all this mess going on, I'm going to deactivate the trade control panel. So, ready to trade, ready to rock, ready to do everything. And now let's see about the next order of business, which would be the TLab snap. I guess. Not sure how much longer I'll do this thing. I'm kind of getting tired of the responsibility. Can't pull together this for some reason. I don't know why. Here you go. Now the TLab snap is the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And I used to be pretty active in there. But now that I'm streaming and focusing on what I'm doing in my market, which is a suggestion from Tom, actually, to narrate your own market and be focused there rather than yucking it up in a Discord or anywhere else. I make 2 posts in the TLab every day just out of respect and to keep a touch, and that's the news at about somewhere around 6 or before, and this snap right here, which is to give anybody in there that may not have the same kind of charting capability all the numbers they could possibly want or not. And that's what I do. That's the TLab. Now, Tom is a professional trader. He started out as a money manager. He's been trading like 47 years. And the TLab is not a trade calling room, nor do they trade live, or does he trade live. So it's not in either of those things if that's what you're interested in. But you're never solicited for anything, even to subscribe to Bookmap, which is pretty amazing because obviously they sponsor it. And there's a good crew of people in there. So, and Tom has a lot of good philosophies and things that I agree with, risk management and stuff like that. So there you go. It's the only place that I, tip my hat to or recommend in any way. I certainly don't recommend any of the other Bookmap Discord rooms. I have no idea. I haven't been to them. And enough said. And, God knows, YouTube wizards, be careful there. So now we're getting ready to open. I've probably forgotten something because we're way ahead of time here, but let's see where this goes. I've got the we're ready to go, I guess. Got 8 minutes till the open. Hopefully this will reset on time as it's supposed to. And as I said, it's school run Monday, so I'm off at 9 for about an hour. Okay. Okay. Everything's. Morning, Antonio. Bon dia. Well, the big crazy move you see over here was a reported missile attack on an American ship, but they denied it, and so, who knows? Craziness reigns supreme here. I had everything set up with my alternative risk idea, only to find out that IRT isn't supported. After I was told by the AI bot that it was, before I purchased anything, that it was definitely supported, both Bookmap and IRT. It's just swimming upstream here. So I pinged Eddie in the DM with Traders Lab, and I've sent a ticket to Bill, and we'll see what the hell they come up with. Yeah, no news this morning. Trump's going to be taking the microphone at 1400, and of course, whatever's going on with all his news, who knows? Who knows? See what Walter Bloomberg's got to say. Well, that's not what I want. Okay. Well, there's a pretty cool active, there's a pretty cool active update or, live tracking map of the Straits of Hormuz. This is pretty interesting. On Walter Bloomberg. Man, I'm tired of this crap. This software shit. Interesting stuff with, gonna open here in about 30 seconds, so I'm gonna shut up and watch the open and get Blue Boy ready to go and see what else is happening over here. Seems like I forgot to say something. I don't know what it is, but boom, boom. What have we got going on here? Well, it must have opened because everything just went stupid. Yep. And nobody reset, so that's pretty cool. There we go. Yeah, I'm sure there's lag time. I'll worry about all this stuff in a little bit here. But my eyes are really screwing up. Switch the, wait a minute. There we go. Switch the IRT to full session, to the RTH session. Maybe. Assuming it wants to play nice. I'm getting really tired of this thing. About ready to give up on it. And what's happened here? Why is IRMNQ not doing what it's supposed to do? Jesus, criminy Christ. Oh boy. I've been up since before 5, like 4:30, working on this junk, and it's still upside down and backwards and, whatever else. Don't ask me why in the hell this is not doing anything. View period. There you go. 5 days, your ass. Huh. Beats the hell out of me. Nothing but trouble today. Fortunately, it's a school run Monday. We'll see what happens here if it gets together. Got a small lag, not too bad. We don't have, well, it's trying, I guess. This doesn't look right. IRT doesn't look like it's having a very good day. Nothing's working right here. View period. What in the shit crap is this? What happened to the view period? What happened to all my stuff? This is crazy. Don't ask me. This doesn't look right. It's updating, sort of. I don't know what's going on here now. Huh. Well, okay. Let's see what happens with the 5-minute candle and see if it does something. Well, there's that helped. Let's see if this fixes it now. Wow, look at there. Go figure, Okay. This doesn't look right to me. It is a pretty tight range, though. I guess I'll give it up for that. 43 to, where are we at? About 52s. Yeah, close. Okay. Well, I never got around to the statistics, did I? So this is going to be, I'm going to just nuke this completely. What was the statistic type? Let's have a look at what IRT has given us over here. Higher in range, huh? Okay. I'll change this to higher in range, and then I'll apologize for not getting to that with this drama going on. Knew I was forgetting something. See, I told you. And I'm going to nuke the levels from last Friday, and get around to putting them in now. We've already tagged out the overnight point of control and the overnight mid, which is 80.80 and 74.6. 74.6, and this is stupid, I realize, but this is for the record, right? For the recording. And where did our overnight POC go? I'm guessing right there. Yeah. 80. Obviously, those, that's the overnight POC and the overnight mid. They're not changing. So, and the previous close is 69.5, and that's right there. Real tight range, be real careful is my first thought. Overnight high 74.4. Previous POC, that's gone. IB low. Overnight low is 49.1. What's the previous low? Let's see where that went. 34.8. This is a real good example of where's the previous low at? Where'd that go? Right down here. Can that be? Oh, yes, it could be true. 49.1. This is a good example of the fact that these are statistics, probabilities, not hard, fast lines in the sand. Way down there at 49.1 is the ETH low. Here's the previous low at 34.8. Well, obviously, we're going to get through 34.8 before we get down to the other one, right? All right, that's a big enough. I guess that's good enough. Make sure I'm getting the right things here now. Okay. Is everybody playing nice now? I guess so. Wow, look at that POC. This looks like a square dance going on over here. Hey, Anton, what's up? I'm upside down, backwards, forwards, having a Monday. School run Monday. I had all of that alternate de-risking thing all set up and everything, to come to find out I can't connect IRT to it. So everybody was expecting their session prices were having a frickin' stroke over at TLab. And I'm particularly disappointed because before I purchased anything and went to the new route, I confirmed with Lucid's IRT or IA, confirmed very definitely that both IRT, Investor RT, and Bookmap are supported. Yes, definitely. Dude. You just set it up like normal, yada, yada, yada. Guess what? Then I had to go back and forth with them to get the level 2 set up all week, starting last night. Yeah. So I'm back to the live AMP account here because nothing was working right. Yeah. And school run Monday. So that's, I got to start thinking about stuff like pants and shoes and things like that. We had a real gully washer of a weekend, man. It was pouring from Friday through the night on Sunday night or Sunday morning early. So yesterday I got my 7-miler in, and then the grass dried out pretty much by noon, by the time I got done with that. So I did the whole mow the lawn, do all of that edging thing. And this old cowboy was, yeah, well, you obviously had a hell of a lot more fun than I did. I can barely move. My back feels like I got hit by the proverbial truck. But hey, cool. Good for you. Now let's get Blue Boy awake here, because that lazy sucker, we know what he's like, that guy. He's never anywhere when he needs to be. There you go. I had some pretty interesting stuff with... Yeah, it just... I guess you probably got what we had. It probably moved that way, but I was super for the ground in the country, because this place is drier than, a little bit. But, yeah, it poured Friday. Actually, started Thursday night late, and then Friday and Saturday. Some interesting stuff with this beauty here. First of all, here are the what's in play live data report thing. But here's what I've kind of got my head around so far. Is the where are my reports? So here's the way I've worked out that you do this thing. There's the IB breakout, right? So we know what that is. We know the typical stats, and they are as they appear in Bookmap. Then you can add the and you know which one's going to happen, right? A breakout is to the upside, and a breakdown they consider to the low side. So it's forming right now. The IB is forming. It's a 60-minute thing. The neutral bias right now. And these are the statistics for a breakout. First thing we're going to do is look by days of the week. Monday. Changes quite a bit, huh? From whatever that said a minute ago to... from 83% and in a 3-point both. And 13-point both, and neither was 3%. So then we're going to go to the days of the week. Pick Monday. We got a little bit of a change here. No break goes up to 8, 12, and 80. Now, assuming we want to work on taking the IB trade, we can go to the retracement. And what this tells us is that, assuming it's an IB breakout to the top, 46% of the time, I've changed this criteria, by the way, to by the close of the bar, not the wick. That's important. 46% of the time, price will break the IB high and then pull back to 25% of the initial balance. So I hope I have all this crap working. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we do. No, I don't want to do that. That's for frickin' sure. Okay, so here is the IB being formed now in the current session. And these are the line. There's the IB high, the IB low, and this is 25% of the IB, 50% of the IB, and 25% off the bottom or 75% from the top, however you want to look at it. So what it says is that once we break, and this is the continuation candle for the first 5 minutes, what it says is that if we break the IB high, there is a 41% probability that we'll pull back to that 25% line. Only a 16% probability that we'll retrace back to the 50. So that's where you could put your stop below that and your entry above this. And then the next and final thing, as I've figured this out a little bit, these are the levels. So this is breakout, breakdown, double break. So if you figure a breakout, these are percent of the IB or standard deviations of the IB. So here's half. So there's a 62% probability that you're going to get half the IB. This is a tenth of the, 1/10 on top of the IB is 98%. These could be configured as targets. And you can visualize that somehow. Okay. Can visualize that with these levels here. So let's say we're going to the upside. So there's half. There's wherever, wait a minute here. With, there's your levels, yeah. 1.5, a half, 1%. Oh, wait, that's wrong. 1%. We want, where did it go? Why is it 1% here somewhere? 1.5 times the IB. So what these are then, once it's set, they would be drawing levels up here, and those could be targets. So pretty interesting stuff. I tried to figure out how to use this for back testing a little bit when the replay and getting the bracket orders to work, and Jesus, what a mess. And then I got all confused with this lucid story, so that didn't work out like I had it planned. And obviously it's not plotting these levels because there's no IB yet. So there you go. That's what I see now. And the IB, what is that one called? Opening candle continuation is this thing here. And this is yeah, this isn't the one I want. Well, yeah, this is the opening candle continuation, green day, a red candle, and what percent it goes green or red. And the what I was trying to show you here, I think, was, oh wait, I want to get back to the IB. There's an interesting one here, and was it the levels or is it? Oh no. Rejection. Here you go. So if the IB is, if the high is put in first, this is the probability of breaking the high, and this is the probability of breaking the low, other way around over here. In other words, which of the IBs is put in first? In this case, the low was put in first so far. So that would mean that the breakout of the high, there's a 74.24% probability you're going to break out to the high side. Interesting, huh? Okay, this doesn't look right to me over here, but I guess it must be. I guess it's just so small range so far that it's not acting up. But it falling in line with what we've got over here, so okay. Okay, let's see. I better get some music going so you guys don't doze off while I'm gone. Didn't do anything here. I was busy fighting with these guys all morning. No reports, and just all of this news that keeps. And this Percent guy, he spends more time talking about military stuff and, geopolitical things. When was the last time you saw him say anything about the Treasury? It strikes me that he's always talking about matters of state. And Rubio, where's he? Don't see anything out of Mr. Rubio. I'm not sure what's up with that. But I'm pretty sure nobody cares what I think. Who knows? Who knows? You saw or heard about the correspondent dinner that was interrupted by a shooter, supposedly. Interesting that the guy walks into the hotel right in front of 4 or 5 security guards and the metal screener, walks into a closet and comes back out with a shotgun, meaning he must have walked all the way into the place and up and down and all around with a shotgun. And then according to the video, shoots this guy point blank with a shotgun from about 4 feet away, and the guy doesn't even recoil at all, which seemed kind of strange to me. I mean, I used to hunt a long time ago, and I certainly have shot a shotgun a time or two, and that seemed pretty crazy to me, but I don't really care. It's just another brick in the wall. We've got some volume coming up here. No reports of any kind, but something just doesn't look right over here on this ME. Come on, man. Still a big lag. I'll reset this just before we leave. Hopefully the lag will go away for you guys. I'm about ready to check IRT out the frickin' window. This is it. Anton, does your ATAS have things like session prices and those kinds of indicators, like IRT? Because it's one of the ones that is supported by this outfit over here, which is the de-risking idea. Lucid, it's called. When I'm back, I'll explain my thinking, and you guys tell me if I'm Looney Tunes or should go to a home or whatever. Eyes are screwed up. Let's see. What do we get? Oh, no lag here yet. Doesn't mean anything. I've started and restarted this thing about 50 times today. So, all right, it's 5 minutes to. I'm gonna go gather up and get this dog and pony show pointed to the school here pretty quick. I didn't see that one. That's too funny. In Spanish or English? I guess he's got a lot to do. Well, maybe Maybe he just doesn't do it right for the big guy. I don't know. So it looks to me like we're okay here and we're not having a catastrophe. We're bar trading all over the place over here, and what is this thing doing? Okay, there are the deals. I don't need that. Don't need that. I don't need that. Okay. Okay, cool. I'm gonna leave her on, leave it on bookmap here. Ooh. All right, I'm gonna step away. School run. Yeah, thanks. She's still not quite ready to roll here, so I have to wait till she's got her bag all set up so I can get it from the car. And I hear movement, so I'm out here. still haven't got the kid yet. Like the session prices, which are right here. You know, IB high, IB low, developing, POC, all those kinds. Just these right here, actually. There's some more of them, but you know what I mean. The session, well, I can actually show you what they all are. Right over here. Hey. This is there they are. Those are the session prices that I push and that flesh out the all of those levels right there. That's what everybody leans on pretty much. So when I don't have IRT working okay, then that's a no-go item for me as far as the TLab and anybody else that's using those levels. Still got no lag, so that's a good thing. We've got a VPOC migration for Antonio. I still won't have a kid for the school run here. Let's check. Well, just back here. Looks like I missed all the fun. No, we took the IB high. Oh, we got them both. Okay, well, that's that. There's the high. Didn't pull it back. Okay. I don't think these people have come back to me at all about this issue here. So I'm going to have to try to find that old support log, I guess. It sucks. It's never just easy, you know. Shit. All right, let me just get up to speed here about what's going on, and then we'll take it from here. Let's see here. Fire erupts in petroleum industrial site following drone attack. There goes the market. That's what that's all about. Hi, Panda. Yeah, Dad's got to think about stuff now. Don't be getting all excited. And yeah. All right. Here's what that's all about. I have no use for AI whatsoever. And that Sam Altman is a psychopathic liar. Con man. Fits right in, though. Fits right in with all the other stupidness that's going around now. Well, the two Trump boys, their company just signed a deal for drones with the U.S. military. I wouldn't have imagined that Eric or Donald Trump even knew what a drone was, except maybe they would have thought it was like a humming noise or something. Yeah. I was on mute, but thanks. I'm going to go wash my hands and face now and get up to speed with what's been happening while I'm gone. Bye. Okay, now back at the desk. So disappointed about all this work I did all weekend and setting up for this new brilliant idea I have with the risk story and, you know, frickin' AI. I'm stove up from that walk and work yesterday. Wow. Well, let's see now. What the heck is happening here? I suppose this is, we're gonna blow them up. We're not gonna blow them. We're gonna do this and not do that, and I don't know. Who knows? Well, both of the IBs came and went. Huh? Oh well. I don't really know what the hell I'm going to do here now. If IRT's not supported, I don't know. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's going on over here. What's happening in bar country? Nothing. Okay. How about this guy here? Well, there's a 20 bar. Well, that one's got a trade going. Is it? Ticks positive so far. 11 stopped there. I recoded this for 25% entry off the IB high and on the IB lows 50% to compensate for that difference as described there. Is that right? That's not right. This is not correct. Because it's picking up both of them on the same bar. But it couldn't in reality because this is a bare, or bar. So the high is up here and the low is down here in that sequence for the open and the close. So this couldn't have happened. I don't think. Let me think about that for a minute. Looking at Bookmap, it didn't happen. That's part of the problems. And what's going on with this guy? Nothing. And that's to be expected. I would have been quite disappointed if I saw something there. What the hell am I going to do here? The fortunate part about it is you can only have one instance of rhythmic running on your machine at a time. That would be an alternative plan. What a bummer. Well, what do we have here? I got to get this dialed into one pointers so I can see what the hell's going on. Man, that's disappointing. Nothing from Eddie. I don't see any screaming, so I guess those levels are working now. And I don't see any response from Eddie either, which is disappointing. Well, there's the VPOC migration. And I guess you could call that a bar, but that's one hell of a big one. 20 handles, basically. Yeah, it's just such a wide, ETH because of that drama with the rocket, supposedly. The rocket attack. What is the ETH now? I don't even know. And I bet it's pretty friggin' wide. Let's see. It is 80. 15. 65 handles. Got pretty damn close to it here already. Okay. Hmm. Okay, well, there we go. I pinged Eddie and I put a ticket on IRT, and the response is that I need to update to version 16.1, which will become the official IRT release later this month. Right now it's a beta. And the outfit in question will have their drop down, so that means if I do that tonight, I should be able to have all this new tomfoolery up and running tomorrow. I hate to do beta, but maybe I will. Okay. Cool. Well, I'll do that away from the market here tonight. Well, let's fingers crossed it works. Cool. All right, well, I'm stuck in the middle here. Here we go. Something happened. Jesus. Let's see what Walter Bloomberg's got to say. Well, he's got nothing to say so far. This is the wrong thing. I don't want that. I don't know how you get to the part that's his real site. Well, I don't know anything about X at all. A pretty cool graphic with a satellite graphic with ship movement all sped up, you know, to to real fast. Pretty interesting. And there's ships going in and out and up and down and all over the damn place. I can show you that on the stream somehow. But well, anyway, let's get back to what happened in the... What happened? What was that big dump? The Trump dump? No. Nothing new. Right down to the 72s though. And bingo bong, right to that liquidity. And there went your overnight low. Thank you very much. There's got to be. Hold on a minute. Nobody move. Nobody move. What's going on here? No, it's good volatility. I mean, and good volume. Wow. 5.5 points ATR on a 1 minute candle, so that ought to give you some sense of caution. What's this thing doing? Let's see what this thing looks like. Yeah, nothing there. The VIX is about 18. Excuse me. Looks like a lot of red going on over here, doesn't it? I'm not big on this thing. The thing that I find real strange, I did figure out how to set up brackets, but the brackets go away when you turn to replay. And what a stupid place for order entry. Up here at the far right, far left. Instead of down here where you're watching the price. It's just, I thought that was pretty weird. Of course, you can do the dome. Oh, and another one that I thought was weird about this that I found out, by the way. There's no, you can't put a close all or flatten all or anything else all button over here, anywhere. The only place you can find those is on the dome. I find that real weird. But then, and another thing that I found out that I found quite strange about this thing, which I didn't dream to be the case, this damn thing is expensive. You get the full version hoop-de-doo bells and whistles trading view, it's $200 or $300 a month. Twice plus more than IRT. I was really surprised. I got this is the absolute lowest price thing you can get that still has, you can still put more than 2 indicators. So because I needed that to test out these Edgeful things. Only 5 though, I think. It's like $14 a month or something, and then I think I found a discount, so maybe I got it for a little less than that. But yeah, some of the plans are incredible. It goes up to like $300-400 or something a month. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So enough of that. And Edgeful, what does this thing say? What's the in play say? Well, there's all that's left. The opening candle continuation. Long bias. These guys need to wake up. I don't think this is long bias even a little bit. Is this not looking at the right stuff, or what the hell is going on here? Gotta really spend a lot of time figuring out all about this, because I do think it's got some stuff that I can use and will lean on, that will free up my I won't spend all my time down a rabbit hole trying to figure out how to code something up in IRT when I can get the stats I need pretty close about taking trades. on a different level than the actual backtest betting. And that's my point of getting this thing, because I got to thinking about it and I noticed that Rod, those guys don't backtest anything. Whenever they quote stats, like this is a vetted trade, they quote stats similar to this. So I'm going to stick with that idea for a while, see how it goes, because I got to do something here. And then I'm going to be using the new de-risking system, which according to Eddie, if I install that, should work. Yeah, which I'll do tonight after the regular session, of course. What happened today that it says? Well, upside day by size, bearish. Bias is long, that's not what we want. Gap fill by size. Initial balance by rejection. The low first break, IB high. Well, it did too happen. That is what happened. I am so sorry. It broke the IB high first, absolutely. But what these indicators are saying is, they stick with this pretty. Yeah, they stick to this pretty well. The first IB is put in is the low. The second was the high, and the IB high was taken out. And if you call that the IB high, which it's not because it's not the IB yet, here's 930, there's the IB high. I don't know how far that pullback got, and then up he went. Then there's the IB low, and there's no stat for, well, there's a stat for both, I think. And there's one for opening high and low behind, below from the midnight, wherever that came from, outside day by weekday. All right. So let's see if it makes sense what we had happen here today. So there's the IB initial breakout, and we've had a double break, which is 23%. And we were long by going into it, but with this geopolitical crap, biases, schmiases, it doesn't mean anything anymore. I wish I could figure out how to get that X thing down here on my trade computer. That's a pretty cool graphic this guy's got. Oh, I found out I've got a couple other things to share with you guys too. First of all, about the risk calculator, which is this thing. To calculate your risk and the percentage of probabilities of doing that based on your your risk stance, conservative, moderate, aggressive, or extreme. This can also be reached without an Edgeful account, so you can do that. I think, and I believe I think I've got the link for it in the description here. But here's another thing that I bumped into over the weekend, which I thought was pretty cool, and I did definitely put this link into the description. And it is this. Now there's a little poppy. Okay. This is pretty cool. You put in your win rate, risk reward ratio, risk per trade, number of trades, and your capital, and it does a Monte Carlo simulation based on worst case, best case, or most probable, and gives you the outcome. Probability of loss, small gain, max gain, and all those other things. This is the guy that coded this up, but he says, here's for free, you can download it, so that's what I've done. And there you go. There's the blue line is most probable, best case, or worst case. with a Monte Carlo. And now the way you would do that is, let's say you've got a win rate of 60 or say 55. Your risk to reward ratio is 2.5. Well, yeah, risk per trade in percentage. I don't like that percentage thing. I'm not sure how to do that exactly. And the number of trades, let's say 100. $10,000 capital. There you go. That's the Monte Carlo. This is how many trades. There's the trades. This is what your best case, worst case, and most probable case Monte Carlo simulation would be in terms of profitability, and the numbers are over here. And you can get that in the description in here. It's now Edgeful just was talking about, they've just done something very similar to this in their algo version, which is an add-on, and it's expensive. It's a couple $100 a month. But you can put in all the criteria about your strategy in addition to this and run the simulation, and it does a Monte Carlo and it gives you all the specs and the push out, like basically like a essentially a back test. But this is pretty cool, and the description's in the thing. I should say the link is in the description. Whatever I should say, something. Well, yeah, I don't know whether that's an intentional thing or not, or they're just, we've talked about this before, but it's like, I suppose this sounds like a conspiracy theory, but I'm starting to get to the point where I think that most of this market action is driven by some sort of manipulation or intent, Like they see some bad news and then they take it where they want it to go. Not necessarily that has anything to do with, the auction market theory, looking for best value and all that stuff. And the case that I make for that, or that kind of pointed that out in my mind, is, sorry, I'm busy typing in the wrong freaking spot here. The case I point out for that kind of highlighted that to me was, I don't know how many Fridays ago it was now, and I used to use it as an example on my my micro composite chart a lot to explain the risk of our environment now. 10 o'clock in the morning, Trump tweeted on Truth Social that China had done something and he was going to raise the tariffs on China to some ridiculous percentage. The market sold off 229 handles. And within about an hour, it was quite obvious that neither one of those things were going to happen. China hadn't done anything, and as a consequence, Trump didn't do anything about the tariffs. But the market took that initiative. Oh, here we go, big sell. They took that kind of a reason and ran with it. I sort of think that's what's happening a lot lately. Maybe that's to do with the high frequency, the algos, picking up news. I don't know, but I've noticed that a lot. Like today, supposedly yeah, it is pretty cool. I thought so too, Anthony. Anton, I mean, yeah, it's like today, for example, Iranian missiles hit American ship. Boom, down goes the market. Continues to sell down. But everybody has denied that it happened. So are they just looking for a reason to sell them down? Which I can certainly understand, because as far as I'm concerned, we're up here in the nosebleeds, and this is ridiculous. The economy sucks. Unemployment's going crazy. Inflation's going to keep getting higher. I don't see any reason, and this quagmire is going to go on forever. Even the top energy people say if all of these things got straightened out in the Strait of Hormuz tomorrow, it would be 2 to 6 months before supplies and stuff are back to normal or close to normal. So I don't see any reason why we're all-time highs. It just doesn't make sense to me. And, of course, but of course, yeah, I'm an old guy from Montana, so, come on. I can, what makes sense to me is being horseback and pushing cows and, milking and stuff like that. So I don't know, this finance is a new deal. Oh, wow, my. And I don't know anything about that Proton guy or any of that stuff. I'm assuming he's trying to sell something, but I thought that was a cool tool. And it is just does the math. It doesn't do anything else, It's not fiddling something. Or the one that Andre and those guys have for the algo side of Edgeful is really great, because that's exactly what I want. It's you put in your strategy, so many, your stop and your targets and all that, and then it does that exact same calculation. It does that same printout. As a matter of fact, when he first was doing it, and I caught it on my phone, I thought it was the exact same deal as this Proton thing, but it's not. Now I don't know who came first, the chicken or the egg, but yeah. And the Edgeful algo thing, they say is making lots of money, and you make your payment, you make your fee back in 10 minutes and all this stuff. The question that I always have about that is the same with any rearview mirror trader. If you are writing algorithms that make several $100s a day, why wouldn't you just be having them trade? I guess they do. And the answer is, well, we do, and we're also going to rent them to you. So I guess double your pleasure and double your fun, right? Well, I'm quite encouraged by this. Now, is this a, sell the rip? Is that what we're having here? That could be a very classic bar trade. Now, just look here. There's the consolidation right here, right? Breakout, retest, more short. The problem I have with that is this is a classic reversal pattern. The A, B, C, or the 1, 2, 3, or the W. And when price comes across the center, that's an old-time price action reversal. Herschel reversal right there. No, I don't think they do ride herd on them, of course, but there are new. I heard a real interesting interview actually over the weekend to go to sleep to. A guy who has been in and out of the markets now for 35 years and has developed several algorithms. Started at, I think, Goldman and then Payne Weber maybe, and then a hedge fund. And the first algorithm, he was talking about the first algorithm that he built, or a frequency trading bot, or whatever you call it, that he built, was a newsreader. And basically it parses and reads English news, human news. And based on the words and stuff that you put in there, it decides to do what it's going to do. It was pretty interesting. Well, that is about a bar and a half. Let's see if we got anywhere over here. Come on, you son of a gun. No bar here because it's too big. The parameters I have are 16 ticks and minimum of 5 bars. Well, this is a lot more. What is this? That's 37 to ish. 37 to 22s. So that's 15 handles times 4. Right? This is ticks. So that would be 60 ticks. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it throws a bar with 60 ticks on here. Oh, look at there. All kinds of them. So there's a bar, there's a breakout, there's a retest, but it didn't dump. Right. That's too much, I think. Well, that's how that works. Let's go 40. Let's try 40. Got to admit, I am tired. So there was 99 handles. It took the 99 ticks. T1, T2. But as I discussed a minute ago earlier, it's wrong. Because this bar formed open, close. Now, did it open, go down here, then back up here, then down here? See, that's the problem with a by bar anything. Like even Trading View, I noticed their backtesting stuff is by bar, not by tick or by price or by trade. So that's, you have to be watching the market actually to see which one is happening first, right? If this opened here, traded down and broke out, and then traded back up to the signal, that would qualify. But if it didn't, which is suspect, to me it's suspect that it opened, it traded up a little bit, and then it sold down. That's not an accurate signal, if you see what I mean. I'm so sick of this. I just want to be able to get some stuff working like the Edgeful thing, get the stats, do the boring stuff, and call it square. And I'll see now what this new, I'm holding my fingers crossed that this thing is going to work with IRT, and then I'll be able to roll out that de-risk idea tomorrow and go through it all. Okay, cool. I'm going to dust off here pretty quick and jump through the shower and put that medicine in my eye, so I'm going to be gone for probably an hour, I guess. Because generally what happens is when I put the stuff in my eyes, the next thing I do is wake up. Not the intention, but you're supposed to put it in there and just let it sit there, lay there with your eyes closed or whatever, and the next thing I do is wake up. But I've been up since a little before 4, so about 4:30. 30. So I guess I got every excuse. 7 hours so far I've been here. Ooh. Yeah, that's great. I'm really looking forward to doing this new idea here. What is going on now? This profile here is just it's a weekly profile. Yeah, obviously it's first day today, so there you go, but that's what it is. Well, I'm excited about that. Now I want the day to get over so I can install that software in IRT and see if everything works. I'm hoping. I'm very hopeful. That'd be great. That will be great. Late, but better late than never, eh? All right, I'm gonna musicking. I'm gonna leave her where she's at the moment. We can take a quick run around. There's IRT. I'm assuming it's all okay now. Always something. There's today. There are these singles that Anton's talking about. These gray lines here are all singles from previous. So that's what we cleaned up several of already. And it looks like we've got one right there that we put in today, but anyway. Well, yeah, so in case I forgot to mention it, this is my virtual trading journal. It's by no means my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now to achieve, bring my trading business to consistent profitability. And I'm all ears for any suggestions, criticism, witticism, all that stuff. So there you go. I am going to now leave it on Bookmap, and I'll be Blue Boy's on the job here, which, in case you don't know what that means, this is just a visual cue for me. When I glance left, if I see Blue Boy here, I know that I've got the beginning print, and there's the current live data. This is the complete RTH session so far in view. There can be no question what context is, right? That's the idea. All right, I'll be right back in a little bit.
IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, that doesn't look like much happened there. My. Oh, boy. I'm going to go to bed real early tonight. I overdid it yesterday, apparently. Boy, we had a funny phenomenon here. I didn't realize it rained so hard for about 3 days running, I think, last weekend. I walked across the yard on Saturday, and it felt like walking on a waterbed. It was the funniest thing. I guess the ground doesn't percolate very well. Crazy. So I had to wait till yesterday to do all the lawn things. Plus, I also did my 7-mile story in the morning, and then, yeah, I was pretty tired by yesterday night. Wow. Crazy. Oh, you know what? I haven't tried yet. So, for anybody that's new here, well, I don't wish I could tell if they're. I see lots of views, but I'm not sure. New people still here or what? Anyway. The idea of this stream, of my approach, is to come at this from a business, as a business, trading as a business, as opposed to like a video game or gambling, and using probabilities and setups rather than discretion. Now, the first thing I think that's important to realize is this is essentially a random environment. We don't know where this price is going to go. There's literally millions of people all, making a call one way or another at any one moment. and it's a zero-sum business. So there's never any imbalance, like a bunch of stuff like GameStop or anything like that. It's all because we trade contracts. There's a buyer and a seller for every trade. It's zero sum. Or you want to look at it this way, there's a winner and a loser on every trade. So this guy right here that thinks is going up, and that guy that thinks is going down, one of them got their way and made money. In that case, then I think the only way to approach it is from a probabilistic point of view, which is to identify a pattern that happens, the same and recurring frequently. You don't want to, identify some setup that happens once a year. That wouldn't work out very good, because the whole theory behind approaching this from a probability and an edge or an expectancy is that you lean on the law of large numbers to manifest that expectancy or that small percentage to your bank. So in my case, I identify the initial balance trades because there's 2 of them and they happen every day. And then identify what rules would validate an entry. What happened here? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I know. When I was a general contractor, I don't know whether I ever told you that or not, but I was a general contractor for years in the West, in the Rockies, Montana, well, primarily in Wyoming. My son is still one in general in Denver. Yeah, French drain, I've used a lot, but this is just it had just stopped raining and I went out. It's drained off now, and there's quite a slope on the front yard, so that was I wouldn't put couldn't put a French drain in around here anyway. But yeah, it was really, one thing about this house is that there are no gutters leading away from the house. And what a lot of people do, I see as I out on my walks, they run like a 4-inch PVC from the gutter down to the curb, through the curb, and from the gutter on the house, the eave, down through under the ground to the curb, and run it out in the curb. So any of that rainwater that comes whooshing off the roof, which is a lot, goes straight out into the gutter. A lot of them do that here. Yeah, French drain. I'm very familiar with that one. Anyway, yeah, back to what I was talking about. Oh, yeah. So I approach it as a business of probabilities, and and I've identified this initial balance trades. Now, this is the first vetted trade that I've done. And it took me a long time to figure this code out properly. I'm making a little better headway with like this stuff because I've been reusing pieces I learned before. But for example, what I'm going to try to do now here is to run a back test on this piece. And this is an initial bound. The thing about this trade is, though, I guess I should have, when I developed them, I developed initial balance continuation as one piece and initial balance failures as one piece, and then I combined them together. What those are essentially, this chart has nothing to do with the trading system, but it's a way I visualize it to see if it's happening where I think it should. So the continuation is price comes up here, takes out the IB high, goes to the continuation zone, pulls back to the trigger, and up we go. Same thing with bottom side. Comes through the IB, goes to the continuation zone, pulls back to the trigger, and down we go. The And then there's the pullback side, which are different, or the IB failure, which it comes to the pullback zone, trigger, and into the middle, or mean reversion. Same on both sides. What I'm going to try to do here, and what I was just thinking about doing, and whether this would be meaningful or not, I don't know. But let's do it and see what happens. Set up the back test for this particular thing and make it what? Let's make it 100 days to get it into more recent market condition, and then run the back test. And here are the back test reports from IRT. So there's 100 days, took 3 seconds, 46,000 bars. Long, short, there's 174 trades, net profit, maximum favorable excursion, maximum adverse excursion. I'll keep going here. I'm thinking if I miss anything wrong. I'm trying to think while I'm doing it. So there's 137 winners. They're at an average of 41.30, and there's 36 losers, stops at an average of 39.58. The reason for this and not 75 or the 16, 80 is because I have in my coding over here, I'm trailing it from there's the stop, there's a T1, there's a T2, and when we reach T1, it trails to T1. So in other words, it's only going to take out T1. Now, if I want to do this a different way, maybe that's not so bad. So this is basically all in, all out of T1, essentially, unless it got to T1 and never came back a tick, which is, as you can imagine, is pretty improbable. What I'm trying to do here, thinking about, not doing a very good job of it. Sorry. I want to see how that one tool that I found out about, what it would say about this. So I won't have the win rate because I have to put it in the, oh, I know what to do. I don't want to take the time here to go through putting all this data into my tool. So each one of these lines is the back test, and this is just the micros, not the E's. So let's look at this one right here. Oh, that's the EF. Sorry, I can't do that. IB, I can do this one now. So this is MES 16, 16, and 16. Essentially the same thing. And where I'm going with this is we've got 884 trades. We have a win rate of 80.81. Now I'm going to see if this tool comes up with the same thing that the rest of my calculations do for expectancy and R factor and all of that stuff. So let's see what happens here. See if I can do this. That's the wrong one. Sorry. Okay. Win rate 75. Let's call it 76. Risk to reward ratio. What did we do over here? Where am I? What have we got? So the risk to reward ratio is 1 to 1. And I know right away that's not going to be very good. Yeah, okay, buddy. Thanks a lot. Appreciate your tool. 1-to-1. Number of trades was, how many did I say? Number of trades is 884. And initial capital, the required capital is $2,000. I'm pretty sure. Well, let's leave it at the actual account size that I have on that live account. And now let's run the simulation. You see what I'm trying to figure out? So there would be a long, slow, but still a climb. Most probable is quite low right here, this blue line, if you can see that. Worst and best. So what does it show? Medium gain, so it's a 78.4% probability. Does that make sense? Oh, of course not. Wait a minute. How far back is this thing going? I don't think this $5,000 is going to end up $1,124,800, but maybe. The R value of 546. Return compounding. That's amazing. And expectancy is 6.2 R. Max drawdown is 3%. Consecutive winners, consecutive losers. So 24-4. I'm just curious if any of this stuff comes out like the IRT backtest engine generates. I didn't think of doing that before, so let's see what we got over here. 22 and 6. Look at there. Consecutive winners and consecutive losers. 22 and 6, and the tool said what? 24 and 4. Where these numbers come from in the backtest is the backtest engine by IRT. So it's essentially what it is doing is going through each one of the bars, 46,592 of them, 30-second bars. And each bar, it evaluates whether any of these rules are right or not. True. And if so, then it executes and does all that stuff. Does the rest of the way it's set up. And in this case, it's 2 targets. Let me see. That doesn't seem to make any sense, right? Total capital traded. Percent gain per capital required. 211%. What did this thing say? That's pretty amazing. God darn it, I keep hitting the wrong thing. Sorry about that. Huh. I'll have to check this out when I'm not boring everybody here on the stream. But that was something I just happened to think about doing. That's pretty cool. And I'm going to be busy as soon as we shut down here, cutting all this stuff over to my new and improved super duper plan to de-risk and still and be able to loosen up trading to a much higher degree, I think. And then we'll go through all of it tomorrow. I don't want to spend a bunch of time talking about it and theorizing and then, oh, and by the way, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because IRT didn't want to play nice. And I hope to hell I hope this new beta doesn't break anything in IRT. I guess I probably should have asked Eddie about that. I don't know how you copy a whole instance of IRT, because IRT, every one of these things is its own thing, right? Its own page, its own report, its own something else. You see the names are different everywhere. I don't remember the last time I updated IRT. It's been on this version since Christ was a carpenter, I think. 15.1.16. Yeah, that's what they do over here. My son did that too, actually, from his backyard. And I've built houses where I put a big French drain around the foundations and stuff because of runoff and snow, melt and things like that. You can get perforated PVC and special cloth. I forget the name of the stuff. You put it down in the hole, and then you put a bed layer of gravel, and then the PVC, and then the pipe, and then another layer of gravel, and then fold the thing in on top of itself. So you have a package down there, and that cloth keeps the dirt from penetrating through and clogging up all the gravel and the PVC. Yeah. Okay, well, that's how to update. I'm going to have to do some Googling, I think, about this. One thing about the backtesting with IRT, and it's the same with any system, if it's backtest by bars, that means that any one of these bars here, there's an open, high, low, close, right? It doesn't know. It looks at each open, high, low, close. It doesn't know in what sequence they happened. That's what I was talking about earlier. Whereas if you have a backtest that runs over the market, in other words, trades the market as it's moving, that's the best one, because then exactly. You don't get any false positives with, just like right here, like this. Here's the open. Here's the close. There's the high. There's the low. Well, looking at the bar, there's the breakout. There's the pullback. So it entered, but you don't know the sequence. Could be fine, but you don't know the sequence. I'm looking at Bookmap, and I'm saying this did not happen that way. It didn't go down here and then back up here and then down here. It opened up here, probably went up and then down. So that's the problem with bar, backtest by bar or play, and that's what I noticed. I think it says so. No, it didn't. Yeah, bar replay. See that? Just below that, the thing there says bar replay. Mm-hmm. That means it's going to be by bar, not tick by tick. The way I tried to get around that with IRT was 30-second candles instead of 5-minute or 2-minute. So that narrows it down a lot. Now over here, this is a 5-minute. Or no, this is 30 seconds over here It is not the case over here. 2 minutes. 5 minutes, excuse me. So there you go. And I'm sure that doesn't matter to anybody but me, but you know. Oh, there you go, geotext. Geotextile. Ah, there you go. This guy's a wizard. Are you on one of the wait, you're in Boca, never mind. Oh, the bottom of the hour, and I'm way behind the curve. So, in keeping with the usual context, kind of, or schedule, I do the recap here for the day at about 14:30, and then we'll be waiting for the market on close and balance at 14:50. And then the stream will wind up at 1500. So that's 7 hours on the stream. And that'll be plenty for me because I've been standing here since about 4:30. So I've got around 10 hours in it right now. And I'll be doing stuff, of course, tonight into the evening after I go get the wizard up there. I got to go remember to go pick up the gal. Anyway, here's where we are. What have we done today? What has Contax been? Down. Not quite the shocking down that we had with the this big, Navy boats, U.S. Navy was hit, but ships were hit by Russian missiles, Iranian missiles, which turns out to be a non-thing, according to what news I'm seeing. But they still got down lower than that here in the day's maneuver, and this was another issue around the Iranian war. So, yeah. And that makes perfect sense to me, frankly. Here's the micro composite chart, and here's today. Now, for new people, this is the my charting package, which is called IRT, Investor RT. First thing I should point out, or would like to, is that the header of each chart here has the chart name, which is meaningless to you guys, but there's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session in the header of each one of these. So you can always see where, if you're just looking at the stream and you're wondering what the hell I'm doing or talking about or what that is, there you go. Also, I have a watermark on a couple of these, so the primary ones. And this is the micro composite, my higher time frame chart, which is, again, MES daily chart, daily candles, and it's a RTH, it's daily. And the periodicity is daily, and it's RTH session. So what does that mean? Each one of these candles is 1 day RTH period or session. In other words, here's today. This was Friday, Thursday, Tuesday, and away you go, right? ETH is not involved. Only the RTH session from 8:30 to 1600 Central Standard Time. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it, and that creates this micro composite volume profile, which generates the high and low volume nodes. They go push to bookmap. The micro composite VPOC, obviously all-time high, all-time low are all reflected in here if that's what they are, and you can want to look at the naked volume points of control. There you go. Yes. There go Friday, today, Thursday, and then down the handle. And there's nothing above us, of course, because these are all-time highs up here. And we keep getting all-time highs in either, well, over here, ETH and RTH. So that's that. An interesting thing here that maybe to point out quickly, you see this black volume profile? That's all of the data that I watch, and this is July 31st. Oh, my son's birthday. Look at there. July 31st of 2018. Now, he wasn't born in 2018, but that's July 31st, his birthday. And it changes, obviously, every day. This will change because it's a specific look back. This is the session market profile, and it's for the ES. I don't change the market profile back and forth from MES. And these are the session prices, which are pushed automatically to Bookmap. You know, the quote page, hoop-de-doo. Let's see what's going on with this thing. Now, we've maintained over 100% volume all day. That is 100% of the volume average for this time of day, looking back 20 sessions. And this is our ATR, average true range, for this time of day on a 1-minute candle. There you go. Isn't that fun? All right, let's look at the next all-important story here. Not that. First of all, any new Israel and U.S. are considering hitting Iranian missile launchers and energy facility in response to the Iranian attack on the UAE. Well, that's called the war, you know? Yeah, I don't think this is going to end well or anytime soon, despite what this guy right over here has to say. I'm sorry. And we had Trump meeting with these guys at 2:00. Yeah, right there. This keeps getting crazy. I don't know why. And now we had a Fox interview with Trump at 12. So you see how the financial juice pulls these into the day. This wasn't here this morning. This is really important. And it's the reason why I use investing.com as a news source, because our mission as traders is to protect your account, preserve your account. The fundamental way you do that is risk management. You can't manage risk if you don't know about it, if it's unknown. So my feelings here, nothing political whatsoever, but strictly from a risk management and a trading point of view, it's obvious, I hope, to you or anybody in the sound of my voice, that whenever Trump's around a microphone or a camera, there's a possibility that he could say stuff that would really, especially this thing with Trump, with Fox, he could say something that would produce a definite shock in the market, right? In our auction, a risk to our auction. So I want to know about that in advance if I can. Therefore, Financial Juice does pull these things into their docket, and I appreciate that. Over here is a squawk box idea. This is where we're going to see the market on close imbalance. You can filter this for wherever you are, whatever reports you want, and it's free. Now, the primary news source I use, and you'll notice that this is traditional economic reports, and you don't see anything about Fox News or anything else over here. And that's because typically for, 250 years, those things weren't an issue to the auction or to the markets. War, that would have been one. The big one, 9/11 was a pretty big deal for the markets. But these are typical economic reporting events. Non-farm payroll, which is going to be this Friday, I'm sure, is all, it's been at 7:30 in the morning on Friday. God, I hate this when it does this. This thing keeps doing this, and this is just an ad. This has got nothing to do with my computer. I don't have McAfee anyplace, and I don't want McAfee anyplace. Your PC is infected with 18 viruses. I don't think so. I think it's just purely an ad, and I'm not going to do the dumb click, right? I'm going to have to get to the bottom of what this, oh, look at there. I didn't see this thing behind there. Anyway, that only started happening when investing.com, which I just closed because it makes me mad when that happens. When they went to a different format and started a lot of advertising, which obviously that's a McAfee ad. So I'm going to cut to the chase. This can be filtered to whatever you want. You can pick the reports out. You notice that the event title changes to a URL, so you can find out if you don't know what the Euro group meetings is, you can click there and go figure it out. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Whoa, S&P, PMIs, new home sales, jolts, non-manufacturing, prices and PMI, unemployment, new home sales, again, Vice Chairman, FOMC. So tomorrow's a pretty good numbers day to be aware of. These are all 3-star events. Also, remember that we're in earnings season. And here's the earnings for today. Palantir is after the bell. And these things are way too big to screen snap or put any place, but you can go to the URL up there, investing.com up there, and figure out all about them. Just suffice to say, it's earnings season big time. In the thick of it. So that's so annoying. I'm just going to do this right here. And get back over here. Now at 14:50, 8 minutes, we'll have the market on closing balance. And there we go. God, that's irritating, that thing with McAfee. And I'm probably a little jaded or skeptical, but I don't believe for a minute this thing's got 18 viruses. I think that's just all crap. There was a conspiracy, which may not be too far-fetched, where Norton, especially Norton and McAfee, did your system really have a virus, or did they put the virus there so they could sell you the antivirus program so they could take it off? I realize that there are hackers and viruses and all that stuff are very real, but there's always been that question, For example, I have a virus checker here, a virus program, antivirus. And then there's also Windows Defender on this machine. And I don't think that there are any 18 viruses, and I would never buy McAfee. John McAfee, boy, did he end up goofy. And then dead. He went, I think he became a poster boy for better living through chemistry. That guy got down to Belize there in Costa and the Uke, and he must have got into some good cocaine from someplace. Boy, he got, crazy and Maori tattoos and funky hair and carrying weapons. And, he really fell into a personification that I guess he dreamed was pretty cool. I don't know. He was a crazy guy. I'm not sure how he ended up dying somewhere weird. Not Jeffrey Epstein kind of way, but pretty close, I think. Hi, baby. Hi, Panda. What did Dad forget? Forget kitty cat snacks? Did you have a good sleep? So we're going to get the market on close. It's been another uneventful day in my trading world. Anton had a bunch of interactions and did a good deal, and now he's going to be getting his son here for too long. 36 and 02, huh? Well, yeah, 02's a developing value area low down there. Just a little bit above the bottom. Oops. $36, yeah. Right here, huh? These, well, 40 looks pretty suspicious here with this the VWAP, which is RTH, and then the low volume node. What, Panda? What? Huh? What are you doing, little girl? Did you have a good nap? You want a Okay. Okay, let's see what happens here. 5 seconds. Well, there you are. Some reaction here, not a lot. Used to be so dramatic. And now I guess there's just too much dramatic going around for in any one day, I guess. Yeah, he's busy talking now. He's still talking. He's still being interviewed or whatever else. Oh no, he's doing that. White House on lockdown. Report of shots fired a few blocks away. Okay. I don't think he's, yeah. So there's our market on, ooh, look at this. Whoa. Do you see this? This is 2,027,000,000 S&P 500 contracts to sell. That's the sell imbalance of 2 billion contracts. 1,351,000,000 NASDAQ. 658 million sell side Dow, and 771 million sell side Mag 7. Whoa. So I'm going to keep a copy of that. I like them. When they're over 1 billion, I try to keep record of it. So that's your market on close imbalance. Now, you know, these numbers always tickle me because we're all sure that they come hunt our two lot stop, you know. And there you have it. 2,027,000,000 contracts for sale. This is just the imbalance. This isn't the total number to be traded. It means there's 2 billion more sell side than there are buy side at close. Think about that for a minute. Yeah, that's a lot. Well, I'm going to be doing the upload thing here pretty quick, so that's going to be interesting. I wait till 4. I'll do it during the crossover. I guess I don't have to worry about that with IRT, but... And I'm going to go to the website and see if there's any advice about updating without... I want to be able to save this entire layout, and I'm not just sure how to do that. Protecting all these charts. I don't want to get into some drama with the, you know, data exports not working right or some other noise. So anyway, we are now going to wait for about 7 minutes until we have 1,500 and the stream will come to a grand finale. And let's hope tomorrow everything's running right and off to the races with a bunch of trading. Well, only if it's signal, you know, if a strategy presents itself, yeah, but we'll see what happens here. Yeah, have a good one. I'm going to be playing computer guy tonight, it looks like. as we come zooming into the ending moments of the cash market, which is when I close the stream. Thanks a lot for coming by. Please like and subscribe. That's a big deal. That's a big help. And it's only a couple mouse clicks, on your side, but it helps me out. And by all means, contribute to the chat. Speak up, say something. Yeah. Another day, another dollar, huh? And if you're just joining, this is a virtual trading journal, my virtual trading journal, Risk Neutral Trading. Everything that I see on these screens are captured in the video, and then my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. I trade live, real time. No trader is taken off the stream ever. So, and each one is anticipated and traded and graphed out and by Bookmap here and on IRT. So, completely transparent and fully accountable. And along those lines, by the way, notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. So you can see any open programs and the computer hours, minutes, seconds, clock, and the date, and tie it back to both IRT and Bookmap. There you go. When I do take a trade, at the end of each session, is this, which is a complete breakdown of all the trades. So there's nothing to put there, but trust me, it's there. That's part of the journal, Bookmap. So yeah, get outside, take care of yourself. Remember that you are the critical link in your trading business. You need to make sure you're well hydrated and well rested and not on tilt, and really important. Well, about a minute left. And there we have it. The cash close at 7 hours and 36 seconds on the stream clock there. So have yourself a wonderful rest of the day. I am going to be closing the stream. I hope the stream goes every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, until now, 1500. The first 30 minutes is pre-market and setting up the software and looking at the news and the pre-market activity, what we expect for the upcoming trade, looking at the reports that are coming up. And then the market open, the cash open is at 8:30 Central Standard Time, and we trade it all day. So have a great rest of your day. Get up, get away from the screens, rest your eyes, get outside, get some good soft down the street focus on your eyes, and get some exercise, stay healthy. Have a great day. See you tomorrow. And like and subscribe, please. That's a big help. It really helps me a lot. It makes me feel better. I don't make any money. I'm not monetized, but good feedback. Thanks.